Hoffman Show. We are on the Team 980. We are always live as well on the free Odyssey app. And we are awaiting Ron Rivera's press conference on a Wednesday. 4 o'clock is when he is scheduled to get to the podium. So if you are watching us on YouTube and you see me looking off the screen, it's because I've got another screen over there, and I'm waiting to see a man who looks like a former NFL linebacker get to the podium and start talking about his football team's win last Sunday, which is always funny, the Wednesday press conference, because they make you wait till Wednesday because that's when the practice is next. And for instance, that is also typically when the starting quarterback speaks. And hilariously, Sam Howell, when he spoke earlier, of which you'll hear later on in the show, he's like, hey, I'm really on to Denver right now. And then you proceed to ask him a million questions about Arizona because it's the first time that you've had a chance to talk to him since Arizona. And unfortunately, that's just kind of the way it works. They don't do like a Tuesday press conference deal where they could answer questions about the game. So it is what it is. And it's kind of the swing pivot day in the week. All right, Anthony, I'm taking the Twitter off of my screen, and I'm just going to put you up on the screen. So now, for the first time today, you get to say hello to everybody on the internet and in the radio world.
Hello, everybody. How you guys doing today on Hump Day?
How are you doing today on Hump Day?
Today is my grandfather's birthday, so
happy birthday!
Yes, sir.
Love that. Happy birthday to you.
Okay.
Yeah, you know which version we're going with. Come on.
He turned the big 7-2 today.
Okay.
Truly a blessing. But I got him some lunch. Spent some
Nice.
time
Where'd you guys
over there.
go?
I got him some carry out because he loves carry out.
Well, you can carry out from everywhere.
Oh, well, he loves four wings and fries with mumbo sauce on it.
Oh, like true DC carry out.
Yes.
That's
good. Yes.
Nice. The mumbo sauce and everything.
Gotta have it.
Got to have it. All right, so this is us vamping because unlike other days where we're like, hey, we should just not wait on the live press conference. We'll play it back later. We planned on playing the live press conference, and we don't have a press conference yet. Here's Sam. As I click around, Sam's press conference from earlier, which is super fun. I probably should turn the volume down on my computer in front of me because that's unprofessional. I wouldn't say as far as a fine. But it's unprofessional. Anthony, in the meantime, I will tell you, good news as we wait on Rivera. And please, as soon as he goes to the podium, please save me from myself. But I think I'm finally, by this point in the day, hopefully COVID-free. Because I did take my last test, or what, it won't be my last test, but a test this morning. And you had to, turn the test in the light to see the faint red line. Faintest red line I've ever seen on a COVID test. I think I'm finally in the clear.
You're trending towards the right direction, Mr. Hoffman.
I did. I got outside a little bit today. Went for a run because I was outdoors, and you can do that now because we know the rules because it's 2023 and not 2020. So that was good. And I made the very foolish decision to run up a hill.
Oh, wow.
So I had a specific destination in mind, and I was like, I'm just going to run there. And I went up the hill, and I was like, this was a dumb decision. So my first time doing any exercise in a week, I ran up a hill like a moron.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, day's great. Some successful Madden play today.
Okay.
Got a couple of our interviews done.
Yep.
So you'll be hearing from Andraya Carter later this hour on the WNBA playoffs, which start tonight. And then I talked to Yates a little earlier. You'll hear that at 6:30. So I can tell you ahead of time, these interviews are real good. They're excellent. Is he still not at the podium?
I have been refreshing, and he is not. The only thing I see is Benjamin St. Juste and Emmanuel Forbes with their handshake.
Yeah, I did see that. And none of let's double check. Are any of the reporters tweeting about it? Are we gonna have one of those days where they say, or they're starting to tweet from the press conference? Nope. No one's tweeting yet. No Keim tweets. No Sam 48 tweets. No Nikki Javala tweets. We're stuck here in waiting land. Okay, now let's play the game, Anthony. I'm going to put you in my old shoes. If you could ask Rivera a question today, what would be your Ron Rivera question on this Wednesday?
The first question?
Doesn't have to be the first question. The first question should be, what's how did Chase Young do, and is there any chance he's going to play this weekend?
Yep, that's what I had right off the top of my head.
That's like the housekeep. There's some questions you have to ask for housekeeping purposes.
Okay.
That's one of them. But it doesn't have to be. I got a fun one.
All right. Can you ask your question and then I'll.
So I would want to know, Sam was asked about this a little bit earlier. I want to know what they're doing for the altitude. Because the altitude thing is weird. They always say, like, the NBA guys that go to Denver or Utah, they're like, it until the first media timeout, and then you adjust. So I'd probably actually set up the question that way and be like, a lot of NBA players have talked about how when they go to Denver for a game, it kind of takes them until the first media timeout, and then they're pretty well adjusted. What about for NFL players? Like, what's the adjustment period, and what can you do to help mitigate any kind of negative effects going to altitude? I think that would get a better answer than be like, hey, so you guys are going to play at altitude. What's that like?
I think it was better too.
I occasionally knew what I was doing in that job.
Yeah.
Which was nice.
To follow up on your question, I think I will ask about the Jamin Davis Cody Barton situation. I know we talked about a decent amount yesterday and Monday. So I would definitely want to see where he is, confidence level wise in Jamin, or, if Cody has necessarily assumed the starting mic position and things, something along those lines. I haven't really flushed out my question.
I should see that. Let me see if I can flesh it out for you. Because these kinds of questions are the tough ones where the answer, like the honest answer is Cody did not play particularly well. Jamin did play pretty well. But we're just going to keep doing what we're doing because, like, that was the plan and it's only been one game. But you say that and it doesn't really come off very well. So, setting up, like, to me, the key to a good question to a coach, especially in a press conference setting, is you need to give them a permission structure to answer the question. So it'd be something like, I know it was only one game, but, it certainly seemed like Jamin played pretty well and Cody perhaps is still catching up and learning the defense. Do you consider making any adjustments to that rotation as Cody continues to learn and as Jamin continues to prove that, he's growing into the player that you drafted him to be? That would be my question. Which is, like, translated back into blunt question asking mode is, hey, you drafted Jamin to be in the first round to be a star middle linebacker. Don't you think that maybe it'd be smart to put him on the field ahead of this guy you just signed this offseason that doesn't even know what he's doing yet?
I was about to say, I would love, for you to spice it up a little bit. Just because, again, Jamin was, drafted here under this regime, under these coaches, 30 year in the system. And it's just like, why is he not on the field 100% of the time? Cody Barton is cool. He is.
Yeah, like, he's getting better, and that's great. And he showed potential last year. Like, he deserves to be in the NFL and probably deserves to be, a borderline starter, if not a bona fide starter. And that's fine. But you drafted Jamin in the first round.
Yeah.
And I don't get it. But the thing is, I always laughed when, like, I guess it's because people hear, like, New York media, and New York media is the worst because they like to grandstand with their questions. It's about them asking the question as opposed to the way I think it should be done, which is, how am I actually going to get an answer? How am I actually going to get the information that I want? And if I think there's a certain answer that even is not very, like, positive, reflective, the one that they don't want to say, how can I almost trick them into saying it? Not like, gotcha, but like, how do I set up the question where they can say the thing and they maybe give away a little bit more than they want to? Because my job is to get information. My job isn't to make up information. I can't get the information if it's not there, but I had to always try to extract it. Which, with Jay wasn't always the hardest. He was pretty straightforward. Would just say the thing, and you're like, okay, all right. Rivera, it depends on what side of the bed he wakes up on. Some days he's very forthcoming. Some days he's super political and doesn't give you anything. And And I think it also depends on what you're asking about with him. Like the sore spots with him are pretty obvious sometimes. Anything Carson related last year, for instance, like you were going to either get your head bitten off or not get anything at all. As opposed to, I think he's pretty comfortable around Sam, let's say, and he'll just kind of shoot it straight and be like, yeah, he's a young player, he's learning, whatever. And nobody really gets mad at that because they shouldn't. So yeah, those are definitely things. I think I want to know more about Forbes, and he's talked about it a little bit already. But like, what's the hey, you talked about Forbes being a younger guy, bringing him along, and that Benjamin and Kendall are the guys right now. But is that an ever evolving process? And like, what does Emmanuel need to do to prove that he's going to get on the field as a first round pick for closer to 100% of the snaps? And I think that's the kinds of things that I would certainly like to know today. Well, Ron Rivera is now 12 minutes late to the press conference. I shouldn't say Ron Rivera is late to the press conference. They had practice. So, if something runs long with practice or, they had to deal with the situation, it's not like he's doing it personally to us. So the press conference is 12 minutes late. Those are some of the things we would like to know. We'll certainly continue to talk about the other things we would like to know and get into the rest of the show. Before we talk to Andraya Carter at 4:45, we'll let you hear some of what Sam Howell had to say as well coming up. It's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980, always live as well on that free Odyssey app. Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live as well on the free Odyssey app. If Ron Rivera gets to the podium, we'll let you hear at least the start of his press conference. But for right now, as we wait, Sam Howell spoke earlier today to the assembled press in Ashburn before practice. Obviously, the team then practiced, and then we will get Rivera afterwards. So Howell was asked about the Arizona game, obviously, and the biggest thing coming out of that game was the sack pressure that he gave up, or the pressure in general, obviously the multitude of sacks that the team ultimately surrenders. And I put it that way, the team ultimately surrenders, because that's what it was. It was the team giving up pressure, not just the offensive line and not just Sam. There's blame, if you will, to go around, and not necessarily like emotional blame, if you will, but like when they grade the players each and every week and try to evaluate how'd our guys do? Where did the mistake happen? It's like, oh, that was it right there. So Howell was asked about his kind of time in the pocket, and the other side of it, which I think is pretty funny to watch some of the commentary, is he held the ball too long, but he didn't throw the ball down the field at all. So how does he balance all of that? And the fact that he didn't actually throw a ball outside of the pass interference to Terry, which doesn't technically count because it's not an official pass attempt due to the penalty, didn't have a single pass over 20 air yards on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it just comes down to trusting my feet, and my feet will always keep me on time in my progression. And so I think I've done a really good job of that in practice. So and I did a good job for most of the game. There were just some plays here and there where I just got to continue to trust what I'm taught and trust my feet and trust my progression.
I think there's two big plays where that shows up. One, a giant missed opportunity, and the other is the interception. And I'm sure there's more if I went back and watched a little bit more closely with that as the focus point. But on the interception, we talked about it yesterday. Logan and I talked about it on Take Command as well, how he gets to the top of his drop and then he's kind of patting the football and waiting, and he waits too long on Dotson still with that. But if his feet hit the top of his drop at the right point, it is step, plant, throw, or maybe it's a drop, hitch, one hitch, and then the ball's out. You never should have time for two hitches. That means you messed up the progression. Unless it's something, kind of five-steppy and you're on your fourth read. But on something like that deep comeback that Jahan ran, that's the feet and the progression not marrying up. And then he moves too quickly again through the progression on a play later. I think it was a completion, but it's the one that everyone is putting up on Twitter. So if you're, following the Commanders or a part of the kind of the Commanders social media conversation, and you got all these great people out there that do a bunch of film breakdown, and I've seen it twice a day, every day since Sunday. Hey man, he really missed De'Ami Brown on this one. It's De'Ami's got kind of I guess it's just a 9 route, but he kind of bends it up the sideline. And it's there. If he just sticks with it a little bit longer and lofts that ball out into the space for De'Ami to run under, it's a pretty easy touchdown for De'Ami Brown. Instead, he comes off it quickly, goes underneath, and ultimately, I think, gets a completion to one of the tight ends, if I'm remembering correctly. But definitely the miss to De'Ami up the sideline would have been obviously a deeper developing play. But I think it's also worth mentioning the context in which the deeper stuff is happening. My friend Brooke Pryor from ESPN wrote a really good story today on how the total air yards in the league are down in general. They were at the lowest last year. The average air yards per pass it wasn't air yards per pass. That was also one of the lowest it's been since 2006. But I think the actual stat is number of passes total throughout the league that go over 20 plus yards in the air. Maybe hers was 15 plus. I think hers was 15. And it's the lowest number of deep attempts since 2006. It also happened to be the highest percentage of completions on those attempts since 2006. But this is a league-wide trend. Is a lot of teams have gone with these big, super strong-arm quarterbacks that can just kill you deep. Defenses have said, nope. Because I think there's also an understanding amongst defensive coordinators and head coaches and offensive minds as well, which means it goes both ways, that explosive plays are what kill you in this league. If you can make a team have a 10-play drive, and even if there's a couple of 10-yard completions, like fine. The minute you get a 20-yard chunk, your likelihood of scoring skyrockets. A couple of years ago, Warren Sharp had the stat that it went from 5% without an explosive play to 55% likely to score with. That tells you the game right there. So defenses are pushing higher up the field or farther up the field to make sure everything stays in front of them. And quarterbacks are like, okay, well, I'll just zing it to the guy underneath. And, they're still getting big chunk plays, but they're not getting it by the ball being in the air 20 plus yards. It's a 7-yard sit over the ball by a tight end who turns around and runs for another 8 yards. And so that's going to be a bigger part of this offense moving forward, and is good because you want to get the ball in guys like Terry's hands quickly, the playmakers quickly. But and it also helps protect the quarterback. But it is the kind of thing that can be frustrating at times because it's like, hey, Sam has this big giant arm. Why isn't he throwing these beautiful high arcing deep balls down the field? Because the defense isn't going to let him, and that's league wide, not just something that we see with Howell, and certainly was the case in Week 1, where again, according to Pro Football Focus, the spray chart, nothing in terms of air yards attempted over 20 yards down the field. The longest was the 19-yarder to Curtis Samuel. As for the rest of what Sam Howell had to say today, Howell gave an answer that I thought was pretty interesting and a very good reflection of Washington's current offensive coaching staff. He was asked if anything that Arizona did surprised him at all.
Honestly, not really. Obviously we kind of went into the game expecting a lot of things just because we know the history. We knew the history of the DC, and we knew all the things that he's done in his past. We didn't know exactly how they were going to play us. But no, they didn't really show us anything that was different than what we saw. It was just a matter of we turned the ball over too many times and didn't execute at a level that we would like to. So the reason it caught my ear / my eye is because I remember going and talking to Chris Thompson and Jordan Reed and Colt McCoy and whoever else I could talk to on the offense before games, and they would be like, well, they're going to try to do that. And it was like, hey, I just want to sound smart on the radio. I'm not trying to give away game plans. I won't say the more detailed stuff until the week like Sunday morning on the pregame show, / I won't use it in anything except for analysis after the fact. And that's kind of the trade craft, if you will. If you want to get really good information and become smart about the game, you have to promise not to burn the people giving it to you by giving away the game plan. But it'd also be like, hey, what's the scouting report? And I do it with the defensive guys too. Like, hey, okay, this team's running what are the big threats? And kind of, obviously, I'd have my own thoughts, but they're the ones studying it for a living, and they're the ones prepping. And it kind of became this running joke with me and Chris Thompson at times being like, hey, so you said they were going to do this, and you guys prepared for this, and they seem to switch it up again. And he'd just be like, yeah, man, we watched all the tape, and they were going to do X, Y, Z, and instead they did ABC. First time all year. Wacky bit. And it got to the point where I'm like, I mean, the tape is the tape. I don't think you're making it up and that they're changing it up, but there is definitely seems to be some kind of lack of anticipation based off of what you guys are doing and what they're doing by the coaching staff that is leaving you guys seeing new stuff seemingly every week. And so when Sam is like, yeah, it was exactly what we thought, I was like, okay, that seems better than, we prepared. We thought they were going to play cover 2 all week, and they played a bunch of cover 3. Really was annoying. And they played a bunch of zone. We thought they were going to play man because they've been playing man all year. And, some coaches mix it up more than others. Maybe this is just who Gannon is. He's going to stick to his guns, allow his team to play fast, and there's a lot to that. Certain teams, they don't mix stuff up because they want their players to be comfortable and play really fast. And shoot, the Cardinals play with like their hair is on fire, so mission accomplished there. But that answer caught my eye for that reason. Anthony, let's get the sacks clip up to round out things here before we get more of what we have from Howell, and maybe Rivera will eventually take the podium coming up here in a little bit. But to round out the segment here on Howell and the things he had to say, here was Sam talking about any collective takeaways on the pressures that he gave up this weekend. Yeah, I'm always going to, err on it was my fault just because I think I could have done a better job. There was some of them where I just ran out of bounds at like a yard or 2 behind the line of scrimmage, which is just dumb, just throw the ball away. Obviously the strip sack for the touchdown, that was on me. I was just trying to do too much, especially down there backed up. Don't try to reverse out and spin out of it. Just be smart. But for the most part, I think there was places to go with the ball. I just got to do a better job getting the ball out of my hands, and the O-line did a good job throughout most of the game. And obviously the stats don't show it, but I got to do a better job helping those guys out.
That is like a perfect answer from a quarterback. They did a great job. I gotta make them look better. And here's the really dumb stuff that I did that I already know and I can correct. And I think what I enjoy about that is there's an element to obviously any life experience, and quarterback in the NFL, any job experience that is like this. Like, you just don't know till you do it. And then you encounter the same situation again and you don't do the same thing because you know better this time. It's the parenting equivalent to, or the job equivalent to, how did you teach your kid not to touch the hot stove? Well, they touched the hot stove. Okay, got that, check. Not that we're ever going to sit our kid on a hot stove, but if they're dumb enough to stumble into it after we've warned them not to, we coached them up, couldn't resist, hand on the hot stove. They'll never do that again, and you just hope the damage is minimal. I do not have any kids, in case there's any government agency listening. It's not actually how I hope to parent. I hope I can keep my kids' hands off stoves. Anyway, the point is that once you have the experience, you know not to do it again. And I think the next time Sam is inside his own 20-yard line, especially on a 3rd and long, he's not going to try to scramble around like a chicken with his head cut off and expose the football. He's just going to be like, all right, well, this sucks. We're going to punt. That's fine. Next time he's running out of bounds, and he could either step out 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage or he could throw the ball away, he'll throw the ball away. Why? Because it's the same situation he's been in before, and now he's got the experience to know what to do. There's not a newness to it. He's driven that road before. So I appreciate his self-awareness. I hope that it certainly translates to the play. If it doesn't, that becomes a different conversation. But very, very good from Sam in terms of kind of the self-awareness and the instantaneous recognition of mistakes. It's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live as well on the free Odyssey app. Coming up next, hopefully we'll be able to get you to Ron Rivera's press conference if it does ultimately begin. If not, a little bit more from Rivera. Or we can perhaps even take a few calls. 301-230-0980. It's the Hoffman Show on the Team 980 and streaming live on YouTube. All right, let's go out to Ashburn. Ron Rivera addressing the media live.
Again, he's working hard, doing everything he needs to do, but we'll just see how the doctors react to this week. He's happy. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, he did his contact that he was allowed to do, and then he did everything else, the non-contact stuff. So we'll see how it all unfolds, but it was very promising.
JP, last one. Ron, at various moments with Sam, you've kind of told us important moments you pulled him aside and had a talk with him. Is that something you'll do before his first road start? How would you approach that with him?
Well, I think the biggest thing with him more than anything else is just talking about, what the situation, circumstances are. I'm not trying to feature or highlight anything with him other than the next game, and it just happens that it is going to be on the road. It'll be his first, real start on the road as well. It's being a good environment, good football environment. But the thing about too is he's not going into this alone. He's got 5 good playmakers out there around him at all times, and I think our offensive line, with some of the things that we're doing, is going to get better and better. And I think as they hit their stride, I think we can be pretty good.
All right, thanks, Coach.
Cool.
All right, that was a fairly quick press conference. We didn't really even miss a whole lot of it, as far as I know, in the commercial break there, Anthony. That was a bizarrely quick press conference. Is there anything off the top of it that you were listening to in the break that we missed that is worth queuing up here? Or did he really just answer like 5 questions and then that was it? I'm confused.
I'm thoroughly confused. I only have 3 answers recorded.
Did they? I wonder. Here, I'm gonna. Sorry for the bad radio here, but I'm gonna check Twitter real quick. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of. Yeah, no. There's not gonna be, or there's not a lot of questions that were asked today.
Or they might have started it late.
The defensive line, the group plays with a lot of discipline. Pair that with confidence. Said Cameron Cheeseman's recent struggles are concerning more than anything else. Says it, quote unquote, is a concern. Noted Cheeseman is working to fix it. He's been working to fix it since the offseason, Ron. Let's see. This team's conditioning during training camp will help them in Denver altitude. And that was the end of that.
Wow. I mean, we also got the injury report, I guess.
Yeah, we did, which I guess is probably worth reading. The injury report is Quan Martin, DNP, concussion. Chase Young and Curtis Samuel limited. Chase was able to take the reps he was supposed to take, quote unquote, will continue to go by what the doctor's plans are and go from there. That is from John Keim's transcription of what Ron said about Chase Young. So all of our really good questions that we had, Anthony, outside of, I guess, what's funny is I didn't mention the Cheeseman one because I feel like I'm just annoying with it. And then that's the one that got asked.
Yep.
But our Jamin Davis question didn't get asked.
Cheeseman was the biggest takeaway today.
Didn't see that one coming.
Did not. They're about a month late, though.
It is pretty wild to me that they're just letting him work through it. I mean, it's not as wild as the fact that they traded up for a long snapper, a position that you can 1,000% take undrafted. This is sidebar rant activated. This is my biggest gripe with Rivera and the whole regime, right? It's not that they're not good. It's not that they have no idea what they're doing, because that's taking it way too far. It's not even that they messed up quarterback, because they've tried some, I would say, reasonable things. The Wentz thing I thoroughly disagree with, but it wasn't an unreasonable. The price was, which is actually going to fold into my argument. But like the idea that you acquired Carson Wentz coming off what he was in 2021 was not ridiculous. Like, I mean, as well as anyone, Anthony, you're Mr. Colts over there. Like, he was fine. They won 9 straight games. You could clearly, that version of Carson Wentz, you could win with him. It was not with the formula they tried here, which was turning him around and handing the ball to Jonathan Taylor, which, was not an option here, but that's a different story. But the idea that you could build a system around Carson Wentz and use some of his strengths to, offset a different game plan and then hide his weaknesses, not unreasonable. Not what I would have done, but not unreasonable. But my big gripe with Rivera, and the thing that has kept this franchise where it is underneath him, which is, by the way, by and large, the exact same place it was under Jay Gruden from a football wins and losses standpoint, although the last year under Gruden was a disaster, is that they misallocate resources with tremendous consistency, which is not a compliment. Consistency is good, except for when you're consistently doing something wrong. Trading up for a long snapper is a heinous use of resources in the NFL. a position that you can get undrafted whenever you want or use the last pick in the draft on. No one was taking Cameron Cheeseman, certainly before whenever they were scheduled to pick next, where they had to trade up for him, or they weren't going to take him at all. And if Cameron Cheeseman's so good as a long snapper that he's worth taking in the 5th round, the next best long snapper is not that much worse. He's not, the number of wins versus losses, not a thing that's going to be affected by the long snapper unless he does the one thing that he's been doing for the last 2 months, put snaps in the dirt. Like, the math ain't mathin', man. And whether it's, again, misallocation of resources, it goes to our Jamin Davis. You didn't think I was going to tie together the Jamin and the Cameron Cheeseman, did you?
No, not at all. I'm looking forward to see how you tie this together.
But there is a thread going straight through the middle of it, which is Jamin, good football player, potential good use of first-round pick if he turns out to be a stud. If he turns into Fred Warner, fine. You think Fred Warner doesn't have a monstrous impact on San Francisco's defense? Of course he does. But middle linebacker is a position that's become devalued. They're easier to get in later rounds. So if you take the guy, he better be a starter and a stud for you to make it worth it. So what has Jamin done? Started slow, which anybody who scouted him would have told you would happen. And then they've reduced his role in years 2 and 3 as he has gotten better and is capable of handling more. So you have this guy that you overdrafted, which means that your plans for him should have been, we are going to play him a lot. And then you don't play him 30+% of the snaps for a guy you signed that isn't exactly crushing it in training camp in Cody Barton, who you signed to play the position you drafted Jamin for in the first round anyway? Huh? What? Obviously, financially, also made some pretty big mistakes. The William Jackson III contract being the biggest amongst them. That's the thing that keeps you between 7 and 10 wins in the NFL, where great teams are getting incredible performance out of minimal resource use and stud performance out of maximal resource use. The Commanders are getting a potpourri of everything, which means you average out in the end. Like, yeah, you're getting great production from Cam Curl, but you got no production, negatively impactful production from William Jackson III, and that's how your secondary's mediocre and a liability when it should be a strength the last couple of years, and why you win 8 games instead of 10 to 11, 12. Like, that's how it happens. That's the pieces coming together. That's the mystery as much as anything, as if there's mystery between that and, quarterback. But Anthony, that's it. That's the tie that binds.
I mean, I like it. Common theme in terms of, misallocation of resources.
Plus, that phrase just makes us sound so smart.
Yeah.
What did they talk about on the Hoffman show today? Misallocation of resources.
I mean, you're right. We did trade up for a specialist all the way to the 5th round, which is, a little absurd.
By the way, when they had a guy who was just fine in Nick Sundberg, who was beloved in the locker room and an asset in the community, not that inherently saves your spot, but you got a no-worries long snapper who makes you a better franchise. What are you doing moving on from him? And Cal Bear on Cal Bear crime. Rivera doing that to Nick Sundberg should take away his degree.
Yeah, that's bad stuff. But I'm not gonna lie, Craig. We've seen, some specialists get cut, and I don't, want, Cheeseman to, get cut or anything. But we do expect him to, be a little bit better. But again, taking a chance on a specialist by drafting him, that's it has to pay off if we're gonna, take that chance. And quite frankly, it's been all right, I'll say.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've seen it. There was one of the drafted kickers that just got
Cade
cut.
York from the Browns.
Cade York, 4th rounder last year from the Browns. And it's just like, when will teams learn not to – you don't need to do that.
Mm-hmm.
There's some dude on the street or, sure. Sebastian Janikowski, 20 years of excellence. Yeah, worth a first rounder. Sure. Yeah. And by the way, he makes kicks other dudes couldn't make, 58-yarders on a regular basis. Mm-hmm. Fine. Unless it's that dude and still a first round, bit ridiculous. It's just not necessary. And teams eventually, every other team's, I don't want to say every other team because, I guess we're talking about other teams doing it, and the Niners just did it. Like, the Niners are supposed to be smart. I don't get it, man.
I mean, you can find a guy like Justin Tucker, that can go undrafted and end up being the greatest kicker ever.
But like even Justin Tucker, over the course of, he's probably 10 years in with the Ravens or something like that.
Yep.
How many games has he truly won them? Not how many game-winning kicks, because other kickers could have made those kicks.
Mm-hmm.
How many games has he truly won them? Probably a couple.
Yeah.
He's got some 60-plus yarders, and his consistency is tremendous. Like, if he's going on average 5 for 5 when everyone else would go 4 for 5, eventually that's worth a game or two. So I'm not saying it's nothing. But what's the difference between that and the next guy compared to that and the next middle linebacker, that and the next guard, that and the next, for sure, quarterback?
Yep.
That's the question when you talk about resource allocation. Didn't think we'd have a resource allocation rant, but that's what you get when you got a 3-minute press conference. It's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live as well on the free Odyssey app. Back to the Commanders in your comments at 5:30, if not a little sooner at 5:15. We're talking to Chelsea Janes at 5 about Mike Rizzo's extension. And then the WNBA playoffs start tonight. So we'll check in with Andraya Carter from ESPN on that next. Show. We're on the Team 980, always live as well on the free Odyssey app. And the WNBA playoffs have our eye here for a few moments as they get going tonight. And it's our pleasure to welcome back to the show ESPN's Andraya Carter, basketball analyst, did a great job for the college tournament and then was on the NBA draft and has been doing the WNBA coverage all summer long. And she'll be a part of ESPN's WNBA coverage all playoffs long. Andraya, you ready for this this month-long sprint here?
Oh my goodness, yes, I am so ready. Last season, I covered college football and the WNBA playoffs. I tried to be Holly Rowe for a little bit, and I was grasping at straws by the end of it. So no college football for me. I'm all in on the playoffs, and I'm really excited. I feel a ton of energy to go right into it. So I'm excited, really. Not
everyone is built like Holly. And by not everyone, I mean no one else is built like Holly. Yeah. I do not understand how she does all the things that she does. She is one of a kind. But you know, obviously you guys will be focused tonight on the Aces. They're the overwhelming favorites. And I do think they've definitely been a different team since Candace Parker's injury in the middle of the season. But like when you think about them and their status as favorites, like, would you put it as far as say, like, I would take them over the field? Or do you think some of these other teams that have been kind of coming together as the season's gone have really closed that gap and that they've got some legitimate challengers, whether it be New York or Connecticut or someone else?
Yeah, I really think that it's hard because when Vegas' starters specifically are on, I don't think anyone beats them. I really don't. Like, I think that when Asia Wilson, Jackie Young, Kelsey Plum, Chelsea Gray specifically, but then Kia Stokes bringing her defensive energy and her defensive presence. Like, when they're in a flow, I don't think they can be stopped. I think the hard part is that other teams, in my opinion, can get themselves into a flow a little bit because they have a little more help coming off their bench, right? So, like, when Vegas' starters are on, I think it's a wrap. But I think, you know, you saw teams like New York Liberty, you know, some of their starters were struggling. Maureen Johannes comes in and hits huge shots and makes big threes. And, you know, some other teams that are kind of peaking at the right time, they've been impressive. So New York, I really like Washington. I think Chicago is a dark horse. I don't think they beat Vegas in a series, but I like Chicago. Dallas, you never know. You know, once I remembered that Chicago, when they won, they were a 6 seed, it just reminded me that you never really know. Like, you really just don't know. So that's the best part about the playoffs, honestly.
Yeah, no, and as the sport has grown and the league has grown, some folks, it's probably actually their first playoffs, like really watching it. These are sprint series. Like, it is a best of 3 in the first round, so crazy stuff tends to happen in the WNBA playoffs. Let's talk about the home team here with the Mystics. They draw the Liberty in the first round. Liberty have just gotten better and better as the year has gone. Brianna Stewart just named the AP Player of the Year. What chances do you give Washington, and what's the key to them if they're going to pull off the upset?
Well, the key to Washington is always their defense for me. I remember when Washington beat Vegas and when they beat New York here just recently. I think Washington, when they're at their best, they do such a great job defensively at making their opponents take the shots that Washington, wants them to take. And that is such a key. If you are New York the other night, just when they recently lost to Washington on a beautiful tip in by Brittany Sykes, the pass, the delivery, the execution.
Syracuse in the house right there.
Oh, here we go. You can't ever no one can ever let a Syracuse reference go. It's so funny.
Andraya, you went into the wrong industry if you wanted to let those go. You have made a terrible career mistake.
Yeah, and Syracuse knocked us out of the tournament when I was in college, so I'm just salty all the time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would have done that if I known it was a literal personal affront. But you were making a great point about Brittany Sykes.
Yes, well, but New York took 37 threes, and I know New York takes a lot of threes. They're the top of the league when it comes to 3-point shooting, but Washington was so diligent on collapsing in the paint, shutting down the paint, whether it was Flutie getting to the rim, whether it was Jonquel Jones, whether it was Brianna Stewart. They did such a great job at clogging up the paint and making New York kick out for threes, making New York shoot threes. That's what they do defensively. So they have a shot because of the defense that they play. Washington, in my opinion, has one of the best trios, when healthy, of perimeter defenders. Brittany Sykes, Ariel Atkins is an underrated defender, in my opinion. When she really sits down in a stance, she fought over screens against Sabrina last time out against New York. She's working through denials. She's working through stagger screens. Like, when she's healthy and she's locked in defensively, her length makes an impact. Natasha Cloud's going to bring a defensive edge and take every matchup personally. So I think that their perimeter defenders are going to be huge against New York, containing Courtney Vandersloot, pressuring and getting a high hand on Sabrina Ionescu. Like, I know she had 20 points, but she only had 9 field goal attempts. So she was efficient, but she didn't have a high volume of shots because she didn't have an opportunity to get them because of the defense. So anyway, I say all that to say, I think the defense gives Washington a chance. I do not consider them dead in the water by any means, and I'm not automatically giving this series to New York. Now, New York is a phenomenal team. New York is a super team for a reason. They have so many weapons, 1 through, I'd even say 8. 1 through 8, I think New York has the deepest team. It's just a matter of them all playing and clicking on the same, clicking like a well-oiled machine. But I definitely give Washington a shot.
Andraya Carter, ESPN, who she'll be on the late game on Friday. Mystics Liberty is the early one. Dream Wings is the late one. My question for Washington is, do they have enough offense, especially if Elena Delle Donne is not on her game? And obviously, I hate to even say it, but it's always a fragile, thing with her and her health. She's been in and out of the lineup all year. Hopefully, if she's off, it's just because she's off, not because she's out. But either way, does Washington have enough, and where would the offense come from if Elena's not at peak EDD?
Yeah, I think the positive about Elena Delle Donne is if she's on the floor, defenses, we'll speak to New York specifically, New York is going to, I don't see New York playing her as if she's off. I think New York is going to respect her and the player that she is and the player that they know her to be because of who she is. So either way, her being on the floor shifts the defense. Either way, her being on the floor helps open up other opportunities for her teammates. So if she's not hitting shots, I think she still gets attention from the defense. And now it's up to everybody else to hit shots. It's up to somebody else to step up if she's not on her game. But I think the positive is she's going to command respect. And I think another positive for Washington is performances that we've seen from Brittany Sykes or Natasha Cloud or Ariel Atkins. Maisha Hines-Allen has had big games this season. This is the time where you bring your best for your team, right? And so I think that there are players who are capable of having huge performances. And in a 3-game series, all it takes is 2. So, if Brittany Sykes goes off, we've seen her, 28 points?
Yeah, she's had some big ones this year.
Maisha Hines-Allen. Yeah. So, it takes 1 or 2 stepping up because of the creation that comes with having Elena Delagon on the floor. So I think there's a shot, whether she's on or whether she's off, but with her on the floor, I give them a shot offensively. Because you just have to do enough because their defense. It'd be a completely different story if they didn't defend. I mean, if they're giving up, but they scored 90 points and beat New York. It's not like it was a 67-65 win. They scored 90, and Elena only had 11. So you've got the guard stepping up huge, and I think that's going to be a really big key.
All of a sudden, it started to sound like all my Commanders stuff. It just started to bleed together. It's like, well, Sam Howell doesn't have to be that good because their defense is excellent. But that's the rest of the show. Last question I'll ask you here before we run out of time here with Andraya Carter from ESPN is about the coaching side of it. This will be Eric Thibault's first playoff run as a head coach. He's going against one of the best in the game in Sandy Brondello on the bench for New York. Like, what have you made of Eric in that lead chair this year and how he can handle a playoff series?
I think Eric Thibault is 100% ready to handle a playoff series. Like, there hasn't been anything this season, and obviously I haven't watched every game, so just, take this as you will. But when I've watched the Mystics and when I've had the Mystics, there hasn't been anything that's led me to believe that he's not ready to be in this playoff situation. I know playoffs add a little bit of edge to things. I know playoffs, make things add a lot of pressure to what you're doing as a coach. But he, in my opinion, has such a great command, especially dealing with all of the injuries that he's had with this team. His execution out of timeouts, I think, is huge. His challenges, I think, have been solid all season long, using them, holding on to them. He has a great awareness of the rules. He has a great awareness of his team's strengths. And he speaks with so much confidence. I mean, I've talked to coaches, college coaches, even some WNBA coaches, and it's when they say something, you can't tell if they're trying to convince you or they're trying to convince themselves. And everything that he's ever said has been just like 10 toes down. He knows what he's talking about in reference to his team. And I have a lot of respect for him. Obviously, he followed one of the greats in his dad and learned a lot, and it really shows. So I'm excited for him to have the opportunity to show up and be big for his team in the playoffs. And I love Coach Brondello as well. She is just, what she's done with the Liberty has been incredibly special, getting players to change their roles. She's obviously won a championship before. She's so much fun to talk to, and they're both great. Like, my favorite thing about both of these coaches is they are so open with what they need to do, what they're trying to do, what they think their opponent's going to do. And for me as an analyst, it's so helpful, because I can either counter it or I can support it. And however the game goes, the more information I get from them, the better. So I appreciate both of them as coaches, and I wish them both luck. So we'll see how it goes.
Hey, we'll see how it goes. 7:30 on Friday is tip-off of that one. Then Andraya will be on the call of Atlanta and Dallas after WNBA playoffs. Those start tonight on the ESPN family of networks with Lynx and Sun at 8 and then Sky Aces at 10. Andraya, this was great. Hopefully we can do it a little bit later in the playoffs. Enjoy the games, and we'll talk to you down the line.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Have fun.
What's up, kiddos? It's your boy Clinton Yates from ESPN. It's the Hoffman Show.
All right, hour number 2 of the Hoffman Show. We'll see. Never read the comments at the bottom of the hour. I'm making my way through them in the break. Boy, are there some doozies. I think, actually, Anthony, today, for the first time, we might officially nominate a weirdest comment of the week, because we got one that's a heck of a nominee.
Looking forward to it.
So that'll be at 5:30. Right now, though, 5 o'clock, you know how it goes. It is time for Not My Beat.
Today's top story from the perspective of someone who's there.
You are looking live.
This just in.
Not My Beat.
Top story today is an extension for the top executive on the most recent champion in town of the 4 major sports. Of course, that is the Washington Nationals, and Mike Rizzo's been busy with a rebuild since they won that World Series in 2019. Chelsea Janes, writing about Major League Baseball for the Washington Post, been covering the Nats for a good long time, most of Rizzo's run here. Chelsea, there was a lot of consternation over the last week around the Nationals. This has obviously been being worked on. First of all, thanks as always for your time. And second of all, were you surprised at all at the timing of this ultimately getting done today?
You know, I guess I'm only surprised that it took this long. I think, clearly this was something they've been talking about for a while, but with the Nationals, things always seem to take a little bit longer than you might want. So in that way, I'm not surprised. I think it just makes sense. I think there was never really that much doubt that it was going to happen, but definitely good to get it done with a few weeks left so everybody's not stressing out, which they've done before. So in that way, it's both surprising and unsurprising that it took a while, but also that they got it done before everyone really started freaking out.
Was there ever legitimate threat? And I don't say threat as in like Rizzo went to them and was like, I am threatening you, but like as an idea, was there an actual legitimate threat that Rizzo would not be back with the Nationals?
I think so. I think so only because of the uncertainty around their ownership situation and because of, frankly, the fact that we didn't have a deal. I think it could have been really easy for them to say, you know what, like we're gonna kind of get rid of the team. We're gonna put you on a 1-year deal, and he might not want that. He was always someone that wanted years, so there could have been some struggle there. But I think ultimately, it seems like they really are sort of operating the learners as if it's going to be a while that they're running this team. What does a while mean? I don't know. But in that case, once they started operating that way, I think it was pretty clear that the only way you were going to get the deal done was if you gave them a few years, and they ultimately were willing to do it.
Right, and I would guess a new owner would probably like the security of Mike Rizzo. He's done a very good job by and large over his time here. It's not like he's a hindrance to selling the franchise by any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
When you look at kind of the way they've operated this last month and a half, though, and the scouts being gone and some of Rizzo's deputies now resigning and otherwise being gone, like, what do you make of this mass shakeup and how that affects the job that Rizzo has in front of him moving forward?
I think a few things. I think, it doesn't look good. It certainly looks like the learners are sort of cutting, wherever they can and taking, some of his most trusted people away, which we also saw, when they kind of revamped player development last year. But I think there's a world in which it's actually a really, really good thing where whether it was entirely Mike Rizzo's decision, whether it was ownership or both, there was some bloat there. One of the things about having a GM in that job for that long is that, he hires a lot of special assistants and they sort of build up over time, and I think he had a lot of people around him who were getting older, who probably weren't kind of being as productive out on the road seeing players as they had been before. And there was no kind of convenient time to cut those cords. So I think that's a lot of what you're seeing now. I definitely don't know for sure that those jobs are going to be replaced. I think they'll probably be, some of those duties will be repurposed elsewhere. But I think from my understanding of how it's going, that as probably hard as it was, that some of those jobs were not sort of helping the efficiency of the club overall, and that maybe this kind of clearinghouse will help them, kind of repurpose things and be more efficient moving forward.
Chelsea Janes, Washington Post, Major League Baseball reporter with us here on the Team 980. So it's interesting you say that because there was so much consternation a couple of years ago. I think I've now used consternation 5 times. We get it, Hoffman. You know the word consternation. It's a good word, but relax. There was a lot to say a couple of years ago about that investment in kind of the R&D, the research and development side of the organization, because the Nats had been behind. Our friend Grant Paulson is all over that as Mr. Majors and Minors, and he's talking to scouts and things in other organizations. I'm sure since you've taken the national job with the Post, you've gotten certainly a great sense of kind of where the Nationals sit from this as well. And I know that there was some nerves from some people commenting on this about, oh God, are they going to strip it back and go back to the way it used to be where they're behind everyone else? But to hear you say that there was bloat there, I think is encouraging. So can you give us a little bit more perspective on kind of where there might have been some fat to cut, if you will, and areas where the Nationals need to make sure they don't fall behind the rest of Major League Baseball when it comes to scouting, international scouting, research, development, analytics, all the different areas that are being affected in the front office?
Him say very often. He's generally sort of all about what they've done right. And I think what we heard him say today, and, is it just messaging? I don't know, but we need to find a way to harness the investment we made in all the data-driven stuff. We're getting information and we're not using it well. And so in my mind, kind of getting rid of some of the scouts, stuff like that, it may prove to hurt them, but the way he's pitching it is that this is actually going to allow us to re-put some resources into using the data, into people who can process that data and help us use it better. So from that perspective, it sounds encouraging, and we'll see if it actually plays out that way.
Sure. We can always we can only opine and report on the things that people tell us, and then if they prove to be very wrong, then we report that too, and them's the breaks. Last but not least, Chelsea, on the way out, obviously now attention does turn back to the ownership situation and the learners. Are we any closer to anything moving on that now as we get closer to the end of another season than we were, say, 3-4 months ago? I guess the last big piece to move was the Masson court decision.
I think we're closer just in that time has passed. I don't know that anything has happened that has greatly accelerated the process. To me, my understanding is that the situation is fairly stagnant, that, everyone thinks Ted Leonsis is the guy who's going to buy that team eventually. Everyone knows the learners want a number that may be a little bit higher than what anyone's been willing to give them so far. And until those numbers match, they probably aren't going to do anything. Now, I think there are ways in which that can change over the next few months. Maybe more gets figured out with Masson. That one Masson deal was more about the past than it was the future. If they get more certainty in the future, maybe that helps. I don't know. But I do think, if they're going to sell, and it seems like they still are, even though, they're keeping these statements that talk about how all in, Mark Lerner is. It's a matter of time, but it's taken a lot longer than we thought. And I think, to expect anything to happen day after the season or even imminently after the season, maybe overestimates the progress that has been made.
Okay, I lied. I have one more thing because you just triggered something in my brain, which is that you mentioned Mark Lerner statements, and I'm like, oh, right. The Strasburg thing was supposed to be this weekend. Has there been any more fallout from that? And what was the reaction around Major League Baseball to the "we'll see Steven at spring training" statement?
Yeah, the reaction around baseball was just jaw drops. I think everyone was just like, that was petty. I think, you read that, and there's only one way to read it. It's a shot at Scott Boras to say, your guy's under contract. We expect to see him. Mike Rizzo, as he tends to have to do for the learners, tried to walk it back today. He's like, we want him to influence young pitchers. We want him to be there. We want him to be a part of the organization. Okay, that's not really what they meant, but that's fine. I'm sure that's true too, that they want him to be around. But yeah, it was a petty line, and that's the kind of stuff that makes people resent the ownership when maybe other things they've done don't deserve the reputation they have. But stuff like that, they can't get out of their own way, and I think everyone around baseball was kind of like, wow, that was a step further than I would have gone, which I think is something we can all agree with.
Yes, no doubt. And I think every other owner in town needs to readjust their coverage meters. Snyder's gone now. You can't just say dumb stuff and then point at him and be like, at least I'm not that guy. And it doesn't seem like Mark Lerner's done that yet. Chelsea Janes, Washington Post, reader work there, WashingtonPost.com/sports. Always great on all things Major League Baseball, and especially on the Nats. Okay. Chelsea, thank you, ma'am. We'll talk down the line.
All right, thanks for having me.
That is Chelsea Janes with us here on the Hoffman Show. Anthony, I remember that we found something that we were going to talk about here at 5:15 before Never Read the Comments. What was it? We found a thing.
Montez Sweat Jesse Bates.
No, there was something else that popped up in like at 5:30. The Thing.
I have it on my computer.
Okay, so it's a mystery, and you'll find out what it is, and then we'll talk about it next. It's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980, always live as well on the free Odyssey app. I'm trying to remember what year it was, but this was in like NCAA football, like 2008 or something like that, and it was like the main song in the title. Yeah, and so I always associate this absolute jam, which obviously was famous far before it was used by EA Sports. I was associated with NCAA football in my Dynasty mode. You don't even know about Dynasty mode on EA Sport or on NCAA football, bro.
I played NCAA football. I don't know if I was playing in 2008, but I was in middle school, so
I was like, they would have shut the game down before you were like old enough to play it.
No, if it was I remember playing. I think I only played 1 year. I think it was the year Vince Young was on the cover.
I feel like NCAA football video game history. When?
Or Reggie.
Let's see.
Or Vince Young. I think it was Vince Young on the cover.
It was 93 to 2014.
Oh, I definitely would have played.
Let's see.
This is all in 2014.
Let's see.
08 is... I don't know if I was playing
the last one was 2014. It featured Denard Robinson on the cover.
Oh, yep, number 16, Michigan Blue.
You had You had Deshaun Jackson and Matt Ryan on the cover in 2009. Old Jared Zabransky in 2008.
Who was on 2008?
Jared Zabransky, the Boise State quarterback. Yeah.
So I'm taking Kellen Moore came after him.
Yeah. He was after. Let's see. 2007 was the Reggie Bush year. 06 would have been, let's see, maybe it was 05. 05 had Larry Fitzgerald. I don't know if Vince Young was ever on the cover.
Really?
Desmond Howard was on there in 06. They went throwback mode. But they had the race for the Heisman mode. I remember that. Man, now I'm down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, you're really getting into it.
I mean, this was high school for me, bro.
Yeah, I played NCAA. This is middle school for me, so I probably was playing, Fusion Frenzy and all types of other, rock band.
Rock band.
I was into that kind of stuff in middle school. And then,
Gotcha.
Get to high school and
Started playing a little bit more Madden and such.
a lot more 2K actually. I played more 2K and Call of Duty.
Are you a fan of 2K?
I don't play 2K anymore.
I've never liked it. I always liked NBA Live better.
Whoa.
Now, I had played it, NBA Live died a long
NBA
time
Live
ago.
was really good. I want to say when Gilbert Arenas was still on the Wizards and he was nasty. That was like the last time.
I remember playing NBA Live 2000 on PC.
Oh, my.
Holler at your boy. Like Vince Carter's rookie year.
Oh, my goodness. Nah, you're showing your age, Curry.
Yeah, a little bit. Time just keeps going by.
I see.
You know what was the main song in that on NBA Live 2000?
2000. A Jay-Z song?
No, I mean the thing is, it had been out for a while, but it was "Hip Hop Hooray" by Naughty by Nature.
Oh wow! Hey.
So I was 10-year-old Craig's bopping around the house, "Hip Hop Hooray!"
Yeah, that's tough.
And then like half the songs bleeped out because it's EA Sports and it's the year 2000.
Yeah.
And the older me goes back and listens to the song. I was like, whoa, there's some more words than I thought.
Yeah, some real words.
Yeah. So they put this in a video game? Good stuff. Anyway, so the mystery box, that was, believe it or not, that was not the mystery box that we teased at the end of the last segment. Of course, never read the comments coming up at the bottom of the hour. But Ryan Fitzpatrick was on with the Sports Junkies this morning. They asked an interesting question of old Fitzy.
The weirdest thing about playing for the Jan Snyder Commanders?
It was such a short-lived time that it was tough. But I was there. I got hurt. I think 13 plays into my career there, so I hurt my hip. Was out for the season. But that was also so I didn't have a ton of time around the building, and part of the reason why is because that was also the year the DEA raided the facility and took out a couple of the trainers. So I didn't really have anybody to rehab me, so I had to look elsewhere. That was kind of weird.
Yeah. There's so much stuff that happened to this franchise the last 3 years that I don't think the DEA raiding the training facility would make the top 10 list of if I had to do it off the top of my head. I forgot that happened. For most organizations, that would be the most significant thing that happened at any point in a decade off the field. Yeah, the DEA showed up. You didn't have a trainer for half the year. And for the Commanders, that was just like another thing that was happening. That's wild, man. Any other good stuff from Fitzpatrick this morning?
So error on my part, it wasn't.
It didn't sound like the Junkies. That was who was asking him that question?
Kevin Clark.
Oh, it was on Slow News Day then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Credit to Kevin.
Yes.
Actually no, he just left the Ringer. So I guess it's on it must be on his new show with
It says Caesars Sportsbook.
Oh, okay. I guess he's got one there. They're doing stuff with Kevin's doing something with Omaha Productions with Peyton Manning's crew. Anyway, credit to Kevin Clark and whoever his bosses are that deserve the credit for that clip. I guess the Junkies also played it this morning is what I'm guessing. You got confused. Yeah. Someone sent it to you. Mm-hmm. All right. There's no fine for you there. That's just common misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Missed assignment, not a penalty,
Thank
if you
Greg.
will. But that's it. That's all we've got from Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, that was it. And then there was another bite on Rizzo.
The Rizzo was on the Junkies.
Rizzo was actually on the Junkies. Yes.
Okay, what did Mike Rizzo say on the Junkies about his contract extension?
Let me grab that one.
Okay. This is great radio.
Yes.
I'm just going to go ahead and apologize to everybody. But Never Read the Comments is going to be really good in 5 minutes. I also have an idea for Never Read the Comments, but I'm going to run that by Anthony in a second. Here was Mike Rizzo this morning on his extension.
General managers, it's difficult because of, some conflict to have an agent that is connected to some players. So I've always done it myself, and it's always been kind of a negotiation between two parties that have mutual interests, and I think the majority of these negotiations, as has this one, is they're very quick negotiations, and I think that in this case it was no different. So
awesome. Well, congratulations.
Congrats.
I know that Nats fans almost, I would say unanimously, are thrilled that you're going to be here for a while.
So, Mike, let me ask you this. When the report came out, I don't know, was that 3 weeks ago?
A couple weeks ago, there was like a Nightingale report.
Was that accurate, and it was just about, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, or was that bad reporting? But you weren't close.
There was always an understanding. I was, I spoke to you guys a couple of times about it on the show and off the air. I was always optimistic and confident that the thing was going to get done. I'd always, both Mark Lerner and Alan Gottlieb, who I was discussing it with, had never wavered in the fact that was going to be the guy. We just never had a chance. We were just so busy. It was just such a busy time. We never got a chance to sit down and kind of map out and grind out the numbers. And so we finally did that last week. Like I said, it took a very, very short amount of time. My focus and my goal was on the season, and I thought that going into the season, it was way more important for that clubhouse and for team chemistry and that type of thing is for Davey to get his deal done. And that was my concern, and that was my focus. I wanted to get Davey's deal done. And when ownership signed off on that, we began to negotiate that, Davey and I and his agent, then, I was very happy that we got Davey done. I felt all along that I was going to get mine done in due time when the time was right. And the time was right last week, and we got it done.
There you go. Mike Rizzo speaking for his own self after representing his own self in his agent and again, his contract negotiations. Rizzo extended. And if you want more on that, check out our chat with Chelsea Janes about a half hour ago. Rewind on the Odyssey app. Good way to do it. Or you can rewind on the YouTube stream. Another great way to go about catching the show on demand. Literally just hit upload as well on the interviews or some of the interviews that we have on today's show. So on-demand content all the time, youtube.com/@Craig Hoffman. When we get back, this will go on the internet for sure. It is the deepest, darkest underbelly of the internet. It is time for our weekly installment of Never Read the Comments. show on the Team 980. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, where if you miss any part of the show, you can rewind or you can check out the podcast of your favorite show, as well as your favorite podcast. For instance, maybe Take Command, which will give you a little bite of coming up at 6 o'clock today. Clinton Yates going to join us at 6:30, but it is 5:30 on a Wednesday, and that means it is time to buck up.
We tried to warn them. They didn't listen.
Yeah!
Every week, the Hoffman Show goes into the belly of the beast.
We read those comments, baby.
Never read the comments.
All right, this is how we do it. You leave a comment at youtube.com/@Craig Hoffman. We also check at the Team 980, and we also occasionally check the episodes of Take Command at 1067 The Fan. The full episodes live there, and we go through the comments, and we pick the ones that are worth responding to on the radio, and we do it here on the radio. So here we go. Anthony, I think that we can bring the music down just a hair. It is a great beat, but I think I feel like I'm shouting, I'm yelling, and I'll probably yell at someone, but it doesn't have to be at the music. All right, Jacob Kemper, 4086, says, in response to the Sam Howell discussion that we had yesterday, where the question was, has your confidence in Sam Howell dropped? We put up my take as well as a bunch of the callers on my page at Craig Hoffman. It says, my confidence in him is the same as it was when he made his first ever start, in the last regular season game we played. The kid is tough. He has a live arm and better than average scrambling skills. Or, ... Anthony, I need you to hold on to your seat for this one. The comparison that's about to be made. I need, literally, buckle in. Yeah, you buckled in for safety. The kid is tough. He has a live arm and better than average scrambling skills. Or, Joe Theismann.
Yo, what? Are you serious?
Some people type this stuff on the internet with their name on it. Jacob Kemper, you're comparing Sam Howell to Joe Theismann through 2 starts? Someone who, had Lawrence Taylor not shattered his leg, would have been well into the Hall of Fame. Did Theismann make... I don't think Joe made the Hall of Fame, only because his career got cut short. Am I making that up?
I think you're right, but there's a thing called Google, so
yeah, he had career history, career highlights. Yeah, no, I don't believe he made the Hall of Fame.
He's in the College Football Hall of Fame.
Right. Would have probably gone to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but didn't play pro football long enough. Continuing out, Sam will do his job. He will learn and grow, and if we compare him to other good QBs in their first year, he will grade out higher than most. We need great defense, a great running game, and solid O-line play. Howell and those wide receivers will do what they do, and as things come together, they will do it at a high level. The funny thing is, I think this is a great comment outside of the Joe Theismann comparison. We can relax on that, but will he grade out better than a lot of young quarterbacks? Yeah, a lot of young quarterbacks stink early on. Peyton Manning was awful as a rookie. Now, do I think Sam's going to be turned into Peyton Manning? No, I absolutely do not. Peyton Manning's one of the 5 greatest quarterbacks to ever put on a uniform. But if Peyton can struggle with his processing ability and everything that he had going for him as a prospect in his rookie year, then why do you think that Sam Howell in his first full year as a starter is not going to struggle? Like, it's going to be up and down. There are going to be struggles, and that's okay. Black Health and Wealth Show says, Craig, here's what I would love to know. Would those who have lost confidence in Sam rather have his performance from last Sunday, or would they prefer the performance of Joe Burrow, Kenny Pickett, or maybe Daniel Jones? I believe Sam is going to be fine in time. Let's revisit this at the end of the season after he has a full year of starting under his belt, but you will probably make it a weekly segment. We, of course, will evaluate Sam every single week, but I don't think the has your confidence waxed or waned in Sam Howell is going to be a weekly segment for us. That feels recklessly irresponsible. Or actually, it really just sounds lazy. We can do better than that. But as far as kind of the substance of the comment, in terms of comparing it to Burrow, Pickett, or Daniel Jones, like, I don't really believe that's super valid either. Like, of course you wouldn't want them to have those performances, but it was against different defenses under different circumstances with different O-lines and different receivers and different coordinators. And it's just this is the thing that I'm almost hesitant to keep coming back to this, because then what's the point of doing the show? But it's such a week-to-week league that I actually enjoy I guess this is the point of the show. I enjoy the look-back analysis more than I do the previews, because I think it's more interesting. Because the previews go up in smoke instantaneously. Like, sure, you get some stuff right, and it helps refine your analysis, and you learn things as you go, and you get a bigger file, and you become better at the analysis, and hopefully better at the predicting and all those things if you pay attention and study and do the things that you should do to sit in front of a microphone for 3 hours and talk sports every day like I do. But realistically, there's so many factors, including just the fact that humans have good days and bad days, that it's really hard to do the prediction thing, and certainly to take data, things that happen on the field, not numbers necessarily, but like the results, and carry them into the next week, because half of them or more don't apply. Because, if you've got a quarterback that actually, there's data to prove this, or maybe it's a comfort thing, whatever. He's really comfortable throwing to his right. He doesn't really like as much throwing back to his left. And you have a really bad corner on the outside right one week and a good one on the left, or the coverage is different. He's comfortable throwing against cover 2 and 2 high looks, but is really struggling with cover 3 looks or match looks or whatever. Like, there's so multifactorial that if the right factor changes in a dramatic way, all of a sudden, like, Sam Howell's not better than Kenny Pickett or Daniel Jones based off 1 week. He might wind up being better than them, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to be better than Joe Burrow, but he was last week. That's the NFL. And so it's a week-to-week league. What do they say? NBA, it's a make-or-miss league. The NFL, the make-or-miss league, it's a week-to-week league. Doker, who I've had an interesting take here, but also has been very, very nice in the comments, and Anthony Doker 3340 wonders why we don't have more subscribers and more comments on our videos.
A great question.
I don't know. I mean, I think we're doing pretty well. We're pushing. I think within the next couple of weeks we'll be at 3,500 subscribers on Craig Hoffman channel. And we've only been doing this for like 8 months. Yep. And we've only been streaming on the Team 980 for like 2.5. So I think we're doing okay. But I agree. We should have more. Yep. Tell your friends. Get them to go. Say, like, hey, subscribe right there. In fact, if you're watching this on demand right now, then hit like, hit subscribe. And if you're watching this live on the Team 980 right now, hit like and hit subscribe. And if you're listening on the radio, then pay attention to the road. But later, pull out your phone and like and subscribe. Anyway, the point of this comment was not that. That was another comment he left. Very disappointed after seeing him, meaning Howell, play. There are things I thought he could do that he can't, and he is not a natural. I thought there was no way a fifth-rounder should be starting, but the fans that know UNC and Brock Purdy had me believing there maybe was a chance. Now I see Ron screwed up the decision. Ultimately, it won't be long before even his defenders know. Then he says, on this one, you guys do a great show, by the way. That actually makes me wonder, are we doing a great show? Because I have questions about Doker's judgment here. I think it's important to understand where Howell is from a strength and weaknesses point right now, and what can improve and what is kind of inherent into who he is going to be. I think Sam, in the long term, will not be a premier guy seeing all the throws from the pocket. And yes, that is because he is 6 feet tall. And he's going to play behind linemen that are 6'2", 6'3", and occasionally he's just going to miss stuff because a guy pops open, and it happened to happen through a lane of vision where all Sam Howell sees is the back of a helmet. That's not really super fixable. He will. It was actually interesting today. Howell talked about how his favorite quarterbacks were Drew Brees and Russell Wilson growing up. Two of his favorites. Obviously, he'll play Wilson this weekend, but Brees was a guy that was masterful at moving around and manipulating the pocket so he could see, even though he was obviously very short. Wilson kind of infamously did or succeeded without being able to do that. He just found certain windows or had trust in certain guys and scrambled and did it a different way. I think Howell's a little bit of both. I think he'll take some of what Breeze did and some of what Wilson did and hopefully turn it into great. But like both those dudes are going to the Hall of Fame. So to think that he's going to do it at that level, I think is a bit out over your skis. The stuff that will get better, though, is he will see what he can see faster. And that's the part where if you're taking what he was on Sunday and thinking that's who he is and who he will be forever, like that's on you, not on Sam. That's you not understanding that the more you see stuff, the faster you'll be able to process it. And that when you fumble inside your own red zone or inside your own 20-yard line because you tried to do too much, that if you simply don't try to do too much, which is a lesson he's already said he's learned, then you won't make that mistake again. So I think there are areas where, his natural talents, his arm strength, his quick release, his scrambling ability, and when I say his scrambling ability, not just that he's willing to run outside the pocket, like that touchdown run's pretty special. There's a lot of quarterbacks who would have just run and a lot of ball carriers who would have streamlined for the end zone, the pylon, and Sam to see the cutback lane and have the actual physical ability to make that cut. It's pretty good. So there's certain things along those lines that I think are going to be beneficial for him moving forward. Had to sneeze, Anthony. In this home studio, I don't have a cough button.
I was about to say, yep. You get a pass.
Did I do a good enough job of getting away from the microphone that I avoided a fine?
Yeah, I think the effort was there for sure.
Okay, there's only so much I could do. I just had to duck out of the way. I don't have volume control. I did. There was one point that I think we were mid interview with someone on a phone call, and I unplugged my cable because I knew I had to cough. So my dedication is high. I'm just letting you know that that's the extent I will go. I didn't have time there, but that's the extent I will go to not cough or sneeze on the air.
That's some good. What should I say?
Discipline?
Yes. Thank you.
And so what's your excuse?
I haven't done it in a long time, Craig.
That is true.
I have not done it. Ever since we've implemented this fine system, I have definitely been on my P's and Q's when it comes to coffee.
We literally implemented the fine system so you would stop doing that.
Yep.
And you haven't suffered that fine since. Maybe fines are a good system of punishment.
Yeah, they are.
Even if they result in you buying yourself lunch.
Yep.
All right, back to the comments. Leave yours at Craig Hoffman. Victor Jolly 2253, who I think is Anthony. That's Vic and Akakeek, right? Frequent caller to both stations.
I don't know his last name.
I think when he shows up on the call screener, that's him.
It might be.
Which I wouldn't put that out there if he did not put that on.
Oh wow, okay.
On YouTube.
Yeah. So I guess it is him.
I think that's him.
Yeah.
So Victor Jolly, 2253 says, I'm interested to see how Sam develops week to week. Sam has great talent above, say, Kirk Cousins when he started, but not elite talent. If the offensive staff insulates him, that should expedite his development. I agree with that part. I flagged this comment because I want to talk about the word talent real quick. Mental processing speed is a talent, and I don't want to say I'm sick and tired because it's 2023 and I'm about to say something about Kirk Cousins in Washington, D.C. I will have the self-awareness to not be fighting a Kirk Cousins battle from 8 years ago. But what makes Kirk real good and why he's thrown for 4,000 yards, a whole bunch in the NFL, and won a bunch of games, even if he's had his shortcomings and but, is he sees the field very well, and he's very accurate. And those things are talent, even if they are not measured with a stopwatch or a radar gun in terms of how strong his arm is. His arm is stronger than a lot of people wanted to give it credit for, but he doesn't have the arm that, say, Howell has. Sam does. Sam has a cannon for an arm. He's got pretty good speed. He's got good quickness, good toughness as a runner. He moves well. He's got great demeanor. And I think that's a talent too. There's a lot of stuff that is a broad spectrum of talent, But the ultimate talent as a quarterback, as long as you have prerequisite levels of the rest of it, like your arm isn't too weak or you're not too slow or whatever, is how fast do you make decisions. And that's where Sam, and by the way, there's a coordination element that I think comes in a lot higher than people want to give it credit for. They'll get to in a second. But decision-making wise, Sam's a work in progress there. The good news is that is a skill that can be improved upon. But naturally, like, Kirk is more gifted in that area, which is why he's been incredibly successful as a fourth-round pick that is now a bona fide starter and has been a top-half starter in this league for the better part of a decade. The coordination piece, though, is also interesting. Like, how do you marry your feet to your eyes, to your decision-making, and ultimately your ability to get a throw off? And that is something else that I think Kirk is pretty good at and was obviously drilled into him early on in his professional career with Kyle Shanahan, who's a stickler for the details and all that. And, LaFleur was there and McDaniel was there and all those guys helping him out. But with Sam, that has been a problem at times, the footwork matching what his eyes need to do and taking him in the right place in a progression. And, I've talked about this now multiple times in a couple of different places, but whether it's missing the deep shot to Diami or whether it's the interception that he throws where he's late because he's sitting at the top of his drop for too long as opposed to getting there on time and getting the ball out, those are areas where a guy like Sam has to really work on it. He will. I think he'll get better. But, work in progress and not calling those talents, I think, is underselling the natural comfort level that some people have with that skill set compared to others. All right, continuing on, more comments on Howell. That bruh from 9444. There you go. That's a weird one, Anthony, because 99444 is neither an area code or a zip code. What's a 4-digit? If he's that bruh from 9444, where's he from?
That bruh. It's a great question that I don't.
I was really scared that you're gonna be like, dude, come on. And I was gonna look like a big old dum-dum.
Nah, I don't know.
But if there was one more number, I'd be like, all right, let's check the zip code. If there's one less, I'd check the area code. But it's 9444. There ain't no identifying numbers that are 4 digits long, as far as I know. Did you Google it?
Something about Virginia came up somehow.
That would make sense.
Fairfax Boulevard? I don't know.
Fairfax. Oh, I was expecting some kind of Virginia Beach something.
Oh no.
Anyway, that guy. Howell is just not ready. Brissett will make this offense look better. Howell holds the ball longer than Heineke. It's because he doesn't go through progressions fast enough yet. He needs to ride the bench with a clipboard and learn more about NFL defenses. No need to rush him. Rodgers sat for 3 seasons, and Love also sat multiple seasons. Anthony, pop quiz. What round in the NFL draft were Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love taken in?
The first.
That is correct. When have you heard of sitting a 5th rounder to wait it out and just see if that guy can play or not?
I don't know.
Where they do that at? Apparently the 9444.
Yeah, apparently.
It's just not a thing. And so, the whole organization doesn't get to sit around and wait on Sam Howell. And frankly, he's not, Brissett's not better. I was there for training camp. On certain days, he probably would be. But Sam's pretty good. He does need to get faster. You want to know the fastest way for him to get faster and getting through progressions? Him playing. So, I don't know. There's just some of the ideas here about where he is currently, I think, are very off, which is weird because that should be the easiest data point. Projecting is hard. Watching is not. Watch. He still threw for 200 yards, had 2 touchdowns accounted for on the day, and made some mistakes that are pretty easy to clean up. Sin City 0003 says, and this one was pretty funny to me because I thought it was going to go in a different direction, but this was in response to 1st and 10. We haven't won more than 10 games in a season since 1991, and we're barely beating tanking teams in 2023. we're winning 7, 8, 9 games for the past 30 years, keeping us in limbo. Last time we won 10 games, we had the second pick because the year before we only had won 5 games and had a top great quarterback. Beating Arizona by 4 points at home after all that hoopla this offseason is a disgrace and lets me know we're going to win around 6 to 9 games like Vegas originally projected we would, again, keeping us in limbo. It depends. If you win 6, first of all, the difference between 6 and 9 is a lot in the NFL. That's the difference between having the 10th pick in the draft and like the 18th pick in the draft and being a borderline playoff team. So first of all, like, don't pretend that 6 and 9 wins in a 17-game season isn't a significant. What is that? Where's my phone? I need a calculator because Lord knows I can't do this math on my own. What is 3 divided by 17? That's 17% of the season. So yeah, that's a fairly big disparity. But if you win 8, 9 games with Sam Howell and he gets better, you're not in limbo because you got your quarterback and you can continue to build off of that. That's the difference between this year and a lot of other years is this year you should be in a growth phase. A lot of other years you're like, no, we're ready to compete right now. 7 wins. Like, that's different. Have a little bit of context. Have a little bit of a wider scope. And by the way, sports should be fun, so you'd probably enjoy that more there in Sin City. RS Swimmer 8445 says, I appreciate the Sam Howell portion. I got too far ahead of myself looking at the physical tools and preseason performance and thought this offense would be flying out of the gate. But as you said, even in the preseason, we seem to get better, even though we were sending out the second team than the third team. We know how to win games with this group, even though it may be ugly. The W is all that matters. Mattered to him, mattered to me. That's why I said the things I said. At Mel Natron, though, says this 4-point win felt like a loss. The freaking out comes from an offseason of hope that we might be good, going up in smoke after seeing the quality of that win. No shot we are hitting double-digit wins. I don't get the negativity, man. Like, they won. That one's in the bag. If you want to get to double digits, now you got to win 9 of 16 as opposed to 10 of 16 because you went 1 for 1 so far. And again, like, some people listen to some parts of this and then they ignore the other part where I say in 1st and 10, and I'll say it again here, and I said it earlier in the segment, it's a week-to-week league. So they're going to improve. They're going to get better. How they performed against Arizona is not how they're going to perform all season long. And you want to know how I know this? That it's not a stagnant in terms of performance league? Anthony, you ready for another pop quiz?
Uh-oh.
How did they play last year in the season opener?
Season opener.
Jacksonville.
Oh, we won.
Yeah. Carson Wentz looked good, didn't he?
Yeah, he threw for over 300 yards and 4 tugs.
How'd that go the rest of the year?
Boo-boo. I almost put it on myself. That's how that went.
Yeah, it definitely did. I don't think I have this hooked up to play to the radio, but the stream is going to get this because I have.
He almost pooted on himself.
Yeah, no, the stream got it. The old J.D. McKissick. You don't have it on the board, do you?
I don't.
Damn. All right, last but not least, weirdest comment of the day, brought to you by Noah. At AA Sober Life. This is a journey, bro. You ready for this?
I think so.
I'm going to read this verbatim. The thing I was going to run by you, and I never really picked an accent or an impression. Leave a comment on this video if you made it this far. Let me know what accent or impression I should read the weirdest comment of the weekend. I'm just going to go my normal voice this time. Mahomes lost. Burrows lost. Yeah, Burrows. Mahomes lost. Burrows lost. Josh Allen lost. Sam Howell didn't. Shut up. It's a week-to-week league. Even with that, I miss Taylor. If anyone deserved ownership conversation, it's this dude. He balled his best and did his best. His moxie is up there. Wrong spelling of there. Glad you got paid, boy. You earned it. F the haters.
Wow. He's a Taylor Heineke stan. I mean, we love those guys, you know.
Who apparently thinks Taylor should have gotten a piece of ownership of the team.
Wow. I don't know where to go from there.
I think we go to break.
You might be onto something.
I think that's it. Where do we go from there? I don't know. Leave a comment. Let me know what accent or impression I should try to read the weirdest comment of the weekend. I got nothing. That's never read the comments. Leave your comments at Craig Hoffman, at the Team 980, at 1067 The Fan, and we'll do this again next Wednesday at 5:30. We get back, a little take command for you. Logan's thoughts on some of the offensive line play and thoughts on Howell here on The Hoffman Show. guy I was talking about was talented. Just bringing it all together.
Yep.
It's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. Always live as well on the free Odyssey app. Yo, Ant, we got a show tomorrow, bro. I don't even know if you know all this. I don't know if you've been in the rundown, but Mike Renner, formerly Pro Football Focus.
Oh, yep.
He's going to be on the show. He's got a bunch of cool new stuff he's doing. I know he spent a little time with the Commanders tape. So Renner's gonna hop on. Spiro Ditas, who's calling the game for CBS this weekend, is going to hop on the show. And I think my guy Mike Yam from NFL Network, actually confirming with him right now. Yeah, Mike Yam from NFL Network's going to hop on the show tomorrow too.
Oh, wow.
So we are loaded. And then Friday is a Friday on the show. DA is now on Fridays with us. So we got David Amendolara, plus our picks, plus Take Command, plus Keys to the Game, plus What's at Stake,
players.
Plus our pick six.
Good gracious. Should we start prepping for next week?
Yeah, I mean, how far can we get ahead? I mean, we always struggle like sometime in the middle of, March. Like, we should start planning those shows now.
Yeah.
Prediction time. What's going to be happening in March? So we are loaded the rest of this week. Football season is here, boys and girls. And that means you also get bonus Take Command. Not really bonus. It's just a football season's worth. We're 3 times a week during the season, Logan Paulson and I. And our Wednesday pod breaks down the previous game after we have had a chance to go through the All-22 tape. And here is our breakdown on Sam Howell from today's podcast. When you look at Sam Howell show, we're on the Team 980, always live as well on the free Odyssey app, and the WNBA playoffs have our eye here for a few moments as they get going tonight, and it's our pleasure to welcome 2 of those are on the quarterback. They
Yeah,
perform, and on the other 40 plays, like they're real good.
Yeah, and they're really good. And I think Wiley, I'm looking at the PFF stuff right now. Like Wiley had 5 pressures, and maybe that feels it because you're getting pressure from that edge, but they're not sacks. You know what I mean? Like they're not sacks, and he's pretty clean with most of his stuff. And then you look at Cosme, man. Like Cosme was great. Sadiq was pretty good. Like the sack that he gave up, the back trips him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not on Sadiq.
And so that's not his fault. And then the one where Sadiq is pushing through on the slide to help out Leno, and Yates stops the slide for whatever reason and goes back to help Cosme. That's just a miscommunication. That's one miscommunication in 46 snaps, right? A guy gets stripped. There's a miscommunication. That's 2 right there. Sam holds the ball long on 2 of them. That's 4. Then there's the one that Wiley had, which is the sack force fumble. And there was another one that Wiley had where I thought he missed his punch. So I'd say 2 kind of warranted pressures out of 46 snaps. You know what I'm saying? 46 dropbacks. That's a pretty good day. And like you mentioned, they're not doing a whole bunch of really complicated, nuanced stuff when it comes to disguising that they're passing. I think they're doing a good job of kind of layering drop back with quick game and screen, and quicker developing route concepts. Let's say that, because they didn't run a ton of screens. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's a layering there. They use chip help really well. And these, I think, when I looked at these grades, everyone I'm sure is going to be like, what? These grades they're not real. But Cosme, 88%. He had an excellent game. There's a play where they're bringing so he's in the 2-man, he's on the man side of the protection, right? So he's on the right side. His guy drops out. He's looking to the right, and the last second he kind of periffs a free runner through the left side of the slide and absolutely smokes that dude. That is some Quentin Nelson type stuff from him. That is an elite play from your guard right there. So great job by him. Charles Leno, 70%. That feels right to me. He gave up a couple pressures off of a bull, but it's not it's Sam had enough time to. And I think what the other thing is, when you're watching the quarterback, if he can get back there and take a hitch, it's good protection. And that was the majority, even on the ones where there was a pressure, he's taking hitches and he's having an opportunity to work through his progression. So I just think they did a really nice job. Andrew Wiley, 65%, again, not great, but I think that's very reflective of how I feel about how he played, right? It was pretty solid for the majority of the snaps. He had 2 bad losses, but the other stuff was so good that it kind of brings up that grade a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Nick Yates, 68. I thought Nick had some stuff in the pass pro. Again, the one with Sadiq, which is probably his fault, which doesn't show up here on the PFF grade. But, outside of one play on 46 snaps, it's pretty gosh darn good, And then Sadiq has a 84 in terms of pass pro, because I don't think that sack is his fault, the one where he gets tripped up. So honestly, I don't understand. There's going to be this narrative this week about how the offensive line played poorly. And I think a lot of it stems from the fact that people don't watch offensive line play very often. When you look at Arizona's offensive line, and again, you'd expect this, but they were in a firestorm a little bit because, they're blocking Duran playing. They're blocking Duran, John Allen. They're blocking Montez Sweat, right? They're having a hard time getting those guys blocked up. And so that makes sense to me. And think about how conservative their game plan was in terms of keepers and boots and how few dropbacks they actually did. But there's a different feel with this group. Their ability to set, their ability to communicate, their ability to know where the slide is going and work together, that I think is good. I'm not even going to mince my words. There were some things they did that were very, very good in this game. And I hope that fans are open-minded enough to hear that, because and I'm not saying every game's going to be like this. I'm not saying that. There's going to be games.
Denver's a tall task, man.
Yes.
They got some dudes up front.
And I also think it's important to note, this defensive line was just kind of okay. You know what I mean? And so they should have a good performance like this. They should be very in control. There's no good interior pass rusher for Arizona. I think Gardak's got some pass rush juice on the edge. Zaven College has some pass rush juice on the edge for them. But outside of that, it's not they should be playing well. And I think that they came out and did what they were supposed to do outside of
how much time
we talked about. Probably 2 snaps by Wiley, really, if we're being
7 minutes.
What?
That, and the fact that it only happened one time the whole game is huge, man. So, I don't know. Is that cleared up, Craig, or is there?
Yeah, I just think that it's important to keep in mind the of those mistakes, right? And it's a little bit, like it's not as extreme as the long snapping stuff where it's just like you can expect 100% and that's actually a reasonable expectation. That's not what offensive line play is, right?
That's a really good way to put that, though, because you're never going to throw a clean sheet on the. I think that fans think a good offensive lineman's throwing a clean sheet every play. When you watch offensive linemen around the league, it's probably like in pass pro, it's probably between 55, quite honestly, in some situations, and 75%. Like that's average offensive line play in the NFL in terms of winning one-on-one pass rushing situations.
Right. But I also look at it, if we flip it, and we'll talk about the defense obviously in a little bit, but like Montez Sweat has a phenomenal game with a sack and a half. And it's like, well, okay, if that's a phenomenal game, then giving up a sack and a half is bad on the offensive line. But I think that what you're saying that is correct is it's more than that. It's like the sacks are one thing, but like, how do you do outside of those plays?
Yeah.
How do you, do you give is there quarterback constantly under pressure and then also getting sacked on occasion? Or is it like a one-off, two-off, type of thing? And here, I guess there's four ultimately that are on the offensive line, two physical mistakes by Wiley. One that's not, I don't even want to say it's on the offensive line. It's just a bad luck sack with Sadiq and getting tripped. And then one mental mistake by Yates. And like, it's not an A+ day. It's probably not an A day, but it's also not an F day. And if you can get a little bit more production out of Sam with some slightly more accurate throws, if you can get better production out of your receivers with a few less drops, that's a pretty good day offensively throwing the football on those 46 snaps. And the yardage winds up being a little lower because of mistakes elsewhere. But I think if you ask most fans, they would say, what was the worst unit? Quarterback, running back, receivers, or O-line? They'd say O-line, and I don't necessarily think that was the case. They're actually pretty even across the board.
And that's what I was going to say. It feels pretty even to me. And I think the other thing is maybe I have a better appreciation for how hard it is to do what they do. And I know, when you watch other offensive lines around
do you see a clean break
the pocket
in
the pocket depth
whenever Logan's done talking right now? You think you can stop it and get out of it?
You said they did a lot of drop back stuff in this game, and there's probably 40 just kind of tapping the football, and he's looking and he's doing what he's supposed to do. But that is so unusual, man, to be able to kind of take two taps on the ball and then get it out. Like usually, if you think about Tom Brady's average time to throw is 2.1 seconds. Sometimes it's less than 2, because he's so conscientious of getting the ball out. And I felt like Sam, there were times where he was just back there, really taking his time getting to where it's got to go. And that's the offensive line being very precise with how they do stuff. And the fact that there's not a lot of color, and that's what it is. There's not a lot of color in the pocket, right? And what I mean by that is guys are fitted square on their guy. They're winning the rep. There's nobody in Sam's lap. It's really good. It's really good stuff, And so, yes, the sack fumble's terrible, but some of that's on Sam, holding on to the ball, like we talked about.
They tell us we should not really engage in certain parts of the content process. We should definitely post our content. We should tease our content. Hey, tell the people when things are happening on the show. Put that out there on social media. Then make sure you share the content afterwards. But definitely do not engage with the people who comment on it. It's the deepest, darkest underbelly of the internet. No. Do not read the comments. But every single week, 5:30 on a Wednesday, what do we do, Anthony Haney?
We read.
Yep.
those comments, baby.
I'm so glad that you gave us a really good one there, because next week we're gonna have a fancy new intro for this. We just got the big voice guy, old Jim Cutler, to do some stuff for us. And in my head, the fancy intro includes Anthony going, read those comments, and he just gave me the material I needed to work with. He didn't even know that. You didn't know that, Anthony. Tell the people you didn't know that.
I did not at all.
But next week, you bet your bottom dollar you're going to see it. It's a running bit on the show, but also like an actual thing. I'm trying to learn French. My wife and I are going to Paris next year for the Olympics, so I'm trying to learn French. It's incredibly difficult. I'm very bad at it. Tips for someone learning French. You did the reverse. For people that don't know, you started as a French speaker, and I was reading on Wikipedia, so I don't know if it's true, but also Haitian Creole, first two languages, and then had to learn English, which I know is very, very difficult to learn when it's not your native language. French, English, they don't seem compatible. What's your tip for me as I try to learn French?
I would say watch movies in French with English subtitles. That's what I did. I watched a lot of movies in French, but I had the English. No, I watched a lot of movies in English with the French subtitles. So like movies, music, it's kind of something that's like easy, like on the brain. It's not too much information, but you can still enjoy it and you can see the conversation, because that's the hardest part. Learning like a little word, like to say like, hey, my name is this or whatever, that's easy. But holding a conversation, that's the hardest part.
Yeah, right now I'm really just trying to master, like, I'm American, do you speak English? Because I think in Paris I can get away with that.
Yeah, so je suis américain. Yeah. Et je ne parle pas français.
See, even the way you said that is not the way Duolingo says to say that. So I'll just have to come back to my new French tutor, Benjamin Sejus. BSJ, appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Sure.
The Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live as well on the free Odyssey app and streaming live on YouTube at the Team 980, where you'll see the face of Clinton Yates. He's a face that's also on your television multiple times a week on Around the Horn, ESPN, of course, and he writes for ESPN.com and Anscape. All right. So, Clinton, you are headed to Colorado, sir. You are headed to Boulder. And how many other media members?
Bro, so you guys want to know this is a behind the scenes actual story. So when I called the person to coordinate the trip, because I'm the type of person that calls people to coordinate trips, I don't do it myself. The lady goes, "What
on earth is going on in Denver this weekend? Everybody has been on my phone and nothing is available. There is A, First Take going to Denver. B, Big Noon Kickoff going to Denver. C, College Game Day going to Denver. And the football team is in town. It is going to be busy as I don't know what in Denver this weekend, and I'll be there for all of it. So the reason I'm going ostensibly, obviously, is Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes. Look, the point is that at this stage of what we're looking at with that team, you can throw out everything in terms of football. You can almost throw out everything in terms of results, except for one thing. They haven't lost yet, and they have been adopted as Black America's team, basically. Much in the vein of the Georgetown Hoyas, very much in the vein of the Fab Five, where it doesn't matter who you root for and otherwise, we're rooting for them because we like them and we like Deion, and that's all there is to it. When I see people referring to the Colorado Buffaloes as we, people who are clearly not affiliated with Colorado, that's when you know that the change has been made. And so I'm writing a story about that. I'm looking forward to it.
That's going to be great. You'll be able to catch that on Anscape. Are you going to go to the Broncos-Commanders game?
I thought about it, and that's up in the air. I might, but I don't know. I basically told Woodrow Wilson Page, who you guys know from around the horn, that if he goes, I'll go. And I don't think he wants to go. I don't think he's that interested in that football game.
That stadium's going to be rocking. Like, it's a good stadium.
I that's kind of the reason why I want to go, because I've never been to the stadium. But that's the only reason I'd go. And that might be a situation where you go for like a half, because I don't particularly.
Right. You're not there to actually like go to Rivera's press conference after.
No, I don't need to do that whatsoever.
But that's actually one that I haven't been to. But I mean, I know the atmosphere is great. We talked about it on Take Command this week of Logan. He was like, there's like 5 places I played in my 10 years where I was like, oh, this home field matters in the NFL. And that was one of them. You know, it helped that when he was there, Peyton Manning was there, and they were winning Super Bowls. You know, and that wasn't super fun. By the way, I looked up the box score of that game, that 2013 Washington-Denver game. Not good. Not good. Not good for the road team. But anyway, the point is that'll be fun. Like with the Colorado stuff, like, do you think? I know what your answer is going to be, but I'm setting you up anyway. So before you jump down the question here, I know what I'm doing. Like, there's obviously a lot of sizzle here because it's new, but how sustainable is it versus flash in the pan? If they lose a game, like, how does it get handled? Like, what's the, and also I don't think they're going to lose this weekend for sure. Like, they might not lose for a while. They're good. That's kind of the point. But like, how much of this is sizzle? How much of this is substance?
I think there's a lot of sizzle to a lot of unseen stake. And what I mean by unseen stake is that most programs have a defining characteristic that you can fall back on that you're going to try to pursue no matter what. For some, it's conference titles. For some, it's national championships. For some, it's bowl games. For some, it's putting guys into the league. And Colorado does not have any identity in that context. And more importantly, Deion Sanders doesn't really have any identity in that context either yet. We haven't really seen what a full class is going to do and look like from him. He's put a couple guys in the pros. Don't get me wrong. I'm not taking anything away from Deion here. What I'm saying is it has yet to be established what Deion's best takeaway skill is going to be. Getting players together, getting players motivated, heck, winning games and putting butts in the seats has long been his skill set. And again, this isn't taking anything away. These were the givens that he came into with as a professional and as an expert at that. The question is, what does he want to do as a priority? Does Deion care about winning national championships? Does Deion care about getting to bowl games? Does Deion care more about, I don't know, graduating players? Or does Deion care about getting guys into the NFL? People forget those are all 4 very different tasks in college football, and it affects how you recruit players. It affects what you do with people who want to come to your program, and it affects your expectations year to year. USC, right here where I am, they put dudes in the league. That's basically what they're known for. The national titles have come and gone, but the Heismans are up there. If Deion wants to create Heisman winners and NFL players, I don't necessarily think that the wins and the losses are going to be what changes the interest in this team. It's all a matter of how you market what you want to do versus what you actually try to do and can execute.
Glenn Yates, ESPN, with us here on the Hoffman Show. What about doing this at Colorado? Because my college football history is not super deep, but like, That is the place that Cordell Stewart was. Eric Bieniemy, obviously a big name here now, being the offensive coordinator. He's one of the best and most famous players in Colorado history. Like, there is some level of tradition of black excellence in terms of the players at Colorado. Sure. Obviously, Bieniemy is what has been a traditionally African American position, running back. Cordell Stewart in the early '90s, very much a mold breaker as a black quarterback, succeeding at the highest level in the early '90s when he was at Colorado. So, like, what do you make of him doing this at Colorado and the Colorado Buffaloes becoming kind of Black America's team as you're going to write about this weekend?
Let's not forget about Michael Westbrook, noted former football team player and pugilist, for those of you who want to go look that up in training camp fights. I think it's interesting because of not just Colorado's history as a football school, but also because of Colorado, the place. I mean, like, there's a decent amount of black folks in Colorado, but not a ton, and not any of the sort of outward marketing of what Colorado has really anything to do with Black America. And that's interesting on one level. Not that it's, how do I say this? Not that I think that the task is taller per se, because I think Dion himself kind of eclipses all of that. But very much part of the reason why I'm going is because I very much want to find out, what do black folks in Colorado think about this? Like, what is this like? You know what I'm saying? That all of a sudden, have this dude come in town and everything is about him and his team and his players and his sons all the time. Like, I've got to imagine that's a very fascinating existence to suddenly have kind of a spotlight put on a community that otherwise isn't super well heard or well shown in terms of what the history of the state is. I will say this. I saw an ad for Colorado during the game, and it was like, well, you know how college ads are? They're not very cool. They're typically very corny. They'll show a kid in a lab. They'll show a kid playing music. They'll show a kid in the classroom. And they'll show a kid doing some goofy extracurricular activity.
Right, and then whatever their best sports team is. It's either the football or the basketball
But in this commercial, all the kids are saying, oh, well, we've got prime medical facilities, prime science labs, prime classrooms, prime locate. And it was like, wow, like, this dude really is getting through the levels of a lot of things at that institution, to the point that he even bragged that he might make enough money there for the school to bring back the baseball team on campus. And the baseball team hasn't existed, as long as I've been alive. So, like, the whole thing is just really wild to see. And I am, frankly, I can't think of the last time I was this much looking forward to going to a college football game that didn't feature anybody that I knew playing on either team.
So that'll be this weekend. Read it on Anscape, which you can also find via ESPN.com. Clinton Yates with us, of course, Washington, D.C. native, now doing radio out in L.A. as well, amongst his other television and writing duties, as we've now pretty much touched on all of them. But let's go back to the football team, back to the roots, if you will. Like, you watched FedEx Field on television sound like a real NFL stadium on Sunday. Like, did you have any flashbacks? There's that point where our guy Adam Amin and Mark Schlereth, they laid out for like 40 seconds and just let the atmosphere be what it was. Like, I cannot ever remember FedEx Field being like that. What was your reaction watching the game from afar?
I called Adam specifically to talk to him about this, because Adam has spent more time there than a lot of other broadcasters in the last 10 years. And he was shocked. He was like, it's interesting. And not that his opinion is what I'm going to tell you entirely, but he just said, it felt like a real place. And for me, what was most intriguing about it was to see all the former alums come back. Like Champ Bailey? What? That was a name where I was like, yo, that's crazy. Like, people don't even remember that guy even played for that team because he got traded for Clinton Portis. And I just, it's not that it felt like the old days. It felt like a springboard to something that, again, this is a football team and a franchise that is working towards respectability. That's the whole goal for the next 3 to 4 odd years. Respectability off the field, respectability on the field. So there's never going to be sort of you're not going to, take the jump to hyperspace and get to a situation that's all of a sudden, boom, it reminds you of RFK. I don't think that that's desirable, and I also don't think that that's necessary. I think that these new fans are going to be able to establish their own new norms in ways that are going to be fun. It's just a matter of whether or not the team wins football games, and that's where it becomes difficult, because, man, you're knocking it around with the Cardinals for 3 or 4 quarters. That's not exactly going to be inspiring, but if they can find a way for their on-field product to match the enthusiasm, I do think it will be one of the more special situations in DC sports, period, to show up and go to, just like it used to be back in the day.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because the on-field stuff is going to take time, But like if there's a meter and they're on that meter, there's a line of respectability. I'm not saying that they've cemented themselves to some massive cushion because that's going to take time. But like to me, the way they've run this organization since they took over, they being the new ownership, they're above the respectability line already.
yeah.
Like they've done such a ridiculously good job. Now some of this was pretty low hanging fruit, but like they got all of it.
Hey, I tell people all the time, when they're talking about strategy and like, oh, they're not that good of a team. They beat a bad team. You know what good teams do? They beat bad teams. And you know what good organizations do? They get the small things right, which is something that never, ever happened under Daniel M. Snyder. So, yes, I will give them full credit for that. Heck, bringing Bob back into the fold alone was enough to pique my interest because I was like, wow, that guy was the last guy that was a real superstar that ever walked into the building. And he could have easily been like, screw you guys. Why would I want to be involved with you? I'm a bigger brand than you all will ever be for me. But that's not what happened. He found a way to come back. They even did it sort of officially. I think that reintroducing fan favorites from the modern era was a stroke of genius. With all due respect to the Sam Huffs and the Sonny Jurgensens and the Riggos and guys who come on your station, Doc Walker and Brian Mitchell, these types who we all love, the newer stars are going to be the lifeblood of interest for the younger humans that are still actually buying tickets, whether the team was good or not. That's the way you cash in on a diehard fan base. Bring back people that they liked, because clearly the winning and losing was not the reason why they were there. And that is something that I think that they figured out. You bring folks that are fan favorites, folks will show up. It's a good move.
Yeah, definitely. Paging any of the people in the front office who listen to the show, you have from now until week 17 to get a tribute video for Trent Williams ready.
That's
because
correct.
you wanna test if people are willing to forgive and forget. There's your ultimate test case. You nearly killed the man. I'm not going to finish that sentence.
No,
all right. Clinton Yates, read his work from Colorado this weekend when it gets published up on Anscape. Watch him. You're done for the week on Around the Horn, or are you on tomorrow? I can't remember.
I knew Dumas, sir. I will be on tomorrow with, live from Denver, Woodrow Wilson Page.
Are you guys going to be like sitting next to each other?
No, I'll be here. He'll be there.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I know you're heading out not too far from now.
I'm not putting all my
getting
travel
out there ahead of the
plans
weekend.
all over the streets, but no, he'll be in Denver and I'll be in LA.
Have you ever done an Around the Horn show in the same building as someone else? I guess you and Blackstone did like some double
can look
DC.
this up. I've
bits.
done that multiple times, and I've also done it sitting literally on a stool in front of Tim Kalishaw on October 31st, 2019, which was Halloween, and he was Billy Ray Cyrus and I was Lil Nas X. And that happened to be the day after the Washington Baseball Nationals won the World Series.
That's chef's kiss.
Ta-da!
Clinton Yates, everybody. See you back on the show next week.
Later, buddy.
This is the Hoffman Show on the Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
I knew that I would not. So good, so good. I got you. Wow, I feel nice. A sugar and spice.
Somehow my microphone got deleted from the stream there for a second. So they just heard the rejoin music. Sorry, streamers.
Really?
Those of you hanging on here to the end. Through a commercial break that also got messed up. That's my fault. That's a fine for me when I get back in on Friday. I gotta put some stuff on the board. Less than ideal. Bad job out of your boy today.
All good, man.
All right, whatever. Tomorrow, Mike Renner on the show. Mike Yam on the show from NFL Network. And then Spiro Ditas, CBS NFL play-by-play man, who is calling the game against the Broncos this Sunday. Logan and I record and take command in the morning. That'll be out by tomorrow afternoon on the fans' YouTube page. And other than that, we are running out of show very, very quickly, so it is time for Real Things Real People Said into real microphones.
Real things.
We're not gonna be sucked this year.
Real people.
5 and 11, not very good.
Said into real microphones.
You know, the culture is actually damn good.
All right. Anytime you got a pro athlete singing, that's an automatic hit play for me, especially when I know that athlete can sing. Victor Oladipo, the DMV's own on the mic, singing Adele.
I can't love you in the dark. It feels like we're oceans apart. There's so much space between us. Maybe we're already defeated.
I was looking for my phone to try to do like the flashlighty thing, but I think I left my phone in the other room. Oh no, it's in my pocket. It's a real bad habit I'm getting into lately. When I'm sitting down, and normally I would take my my phone out and like sit it on a desk, I'm just leaving it in my pocket, and then I can't find it.
Oh.
So just...
Yeah, that's what we need right there. That's what we need, because good gracious, Victor.
He can sing. He went viral like in college because he can sing.
Yeah, he did.
So that's Victor Oladipo singing Known Commodity. What else do we got? I got too many tabs open right now, Anthony. We're doing a lot. We got a funny thing from the Titans, but I think the Giannis one's more important. Giannis made some waves recently because he wasn't exactly committal about staying with the Bucks long term. He clarified yesterday on a podcast.
As long as we play and we approach the game every single day the right way, and we all sacrifice for a common goal.
1.5, 10 seconds.
So being in Milwaukee Bucks for the rest of my career, but the moment I feel like people are not committed as I am to get that golden thing in the back, I am not. You know, I'm a Milwaukee Buck, but most importantly, I'm a winner. I want to win. And I have to do whatever it takes for me to win. And if there's a better situation for me to win the Larry O'Brien, I have to take that better situation.
That sounds like a man who doesn't necessarily see all of the things that he would like to see. All right, that's our show. We'll see you tomorrow on the Hoffman Show on the Team 980.
The Team
Woo!